Good morning, good morning. RTY is starting to lead down. Um, hmm, Pretty mixed market. I'm kind of under the impression that we're going to push up to 010 here from a hold of our POC at 900 to 920. It's kind of what I feel, but we'll see. If this POC shift holds, then I'd expect that to happen. But with Russell leading down, we have to be very careful. So I'm not taking anything just yet, but I am really keeping my eye on this node shift that just happened. Because there's clearly a buyer trying down there at 880 to 900. And I think it's worth watching. If this buyer leaves at this 880 900, then we can be worried, and then we'll probably rotate down to 800 itself for an 80-point move. But if 880 900 continues to maintain, I do think that we at least rotate up to 25k to 020 where that POC shift occurred. So it's just really keeping my eye on it. NQ definitely showing a bid. Sell side above though, of course, but just watching. I'm a bit curious. Eight eighty 900 big bid. Buyer still present there. See if they continue to absorb here into 880, 900. What's up, Roy? It's a great risk off if you're playing off of this into our VWAP here at 940. I'm out half. My internet has been so spotty. I don't know what's going on. It keeps like lagging out on me. Dang, you gonna let him talk to you like that? Stopped on runners there, below 880. Watching to see now if we get a reoffer. RTY leading down. Watching our offer here on our retest. Low bounce off of PVZ. Looking to see if our buyer flips. Nice supply that we created on ES above as well. In small. Retesting our 880. RTY low bounce, which is causing this move up. Again, we're just watching to see if this will flip. Watch ES as it comes up into this 90. You don't want to overcommit here, but we want to make sure like an offer sits and then rejects. Because if we flip back over and this buyer steps back in over like 905, 900, we have a potential to trap in this low. So we don't want to go too crazy, but we do want to watch to see if sell side is going to absorb into this sweeper that we just pushed down. So keeping an eye on it, but not overcommitting. Little offer back below 80s. RTY losing some of that momentum. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Got our seller holding where we need to so far on ES. Keeping our eye on it. We want that continued loss of momentum here, not just a lower high. See if Russell can continue down again. Good, good, good. Retesting our lows. Great first risk off. 1-to-1 right now. See if RTY can get some follow through so we can go down to that target. Retesting. Not as smooth of a ride as I want it to be. ESPOC attempting to shift here at our 86 to 82. As long as that's holding offer, downside still feels pretty good down to ETH low. But if the bid steps up at all, now that that POC is shifted, then we'll rotate back up to the pre-shift, right? Back up at 24, 25. So we're just watching to see now if this yellow zone is going to continue to hold or if we'll flip. Right, this is the POC shift that just occurred. So what we want to see is this then going offer and then rotating down for this move down to our ADR low. What can happen instead is that we double or triple bottom into this low, this becomes supportive, and then we'll slowly rotate back up to this pre-shift would be my guess. So really keeping our eye on that. Still taking in at our 880, 910. No change there. I'm just in runners. I'm watching to see what we do. If 880 offers here again, should be a good sign for another leg down. At least a break of our lows at 840. But it's a bit mixed. We need to see a break of RTY lows for things to really carry on. Let's see what we do. Offering again here at 80. RTY broke lows. Yes, testing the double bottom. We have 50 seconds till new 15s. Five seconds, new 15s. RTY POC attempting to shift here. NQ POC attempting to shift. Flat POC open on new candles. Watching like 80 to 95 now for a lower offer to see if sell side is going to be able to win this out or if the bid wins. They're really trying to absorb down here into this low. Figure it out. RTY continuing to lead down. NQ continuing to get absorbed here. This is not great. need to flip this 910 for more, or this is where that offer sets, and then we look for that flip back below 880 for the same trade again. Watching to see if bid flips over and we hold, or if this flips offer. This is previous day value low as well as our VWAP. Watching to see if the bid can hold here now on this look in. Holding so far. I'd expect a bit of a better retest here at 910 from rejection at 930. And then we'll figure out if we hold or not. This is where we'll find out, I think. Watching to see if bid holds on the flip from our rejection at VWAP. Can we build a higher low, or is this going to trap, and then do we get our rotation back below 80 again and then offer? RTY leading down. I hate how mixed this is with ES, man. Because, like, the NQ, it's so clear that they're trying to absorb here, but I just don't know if it's going to be worth it. $880 bid, holding, no change. Looking for the flip back over. They need to make a decision here. Brother, this is so two-sided. Flipping below again. This is awful. Watching our offer at 80 for the same rotation off the failure above 910. There's someone taking in so much size down here, but this 80 pivot just makes sense to me so far. Retesting now. U15's opening now. Still inside candle, still awful. Your 1-to-1 off of 80 is 850. There's someone still trying to buy down here into this low. This market is awful so far. I was hoping for a much smoother rotation down to 800 flat. We are not getting that. Yeah, no. Get me out. I mean, so this is what I see. This is why I think that we still head down there. Is like all of this liquidity up here is trapped. The issue is like how long is it going to take for this rotation to actually play out before I want to die? You know? This is first risk off into 850 if you're playing off of 880. Just following pathing still, but like I want this move down with runners. If I can continue to get just stopped out here for like without any if it continues just to be a scratch trade 1-to-1, then like that's not incredibly great. I want to see this full move down to 808. But it's a 30-point move so far from 880 on the look above and fail. Give me more. Still hoping for like another 40 points here if we can get a lower offer. I think we watch like 60 for a retest. 60 to 80. Bouncing off our ES target, Russell, same thing, just getting a bit of relief. Just coming into our 60 to 80 now on NQ, watching to see if downtrend persists, if offer can put in a lower high, or if this is just going to rotate back up. Unsure as of yet. Too slow. Just in runners. $60 to $80 holding so far. If you're playing off of 60 to 80, this is your first risk off for a 1-to-1. It's downtrend still persisting, but no break of lows as of yet. So I just want to take off as we push down into our low, just to make the trade free, and then look for that last leg down into like 808. I haven't looked outside yet. Not excited. 30 seconds till new 15s. We just hit over 1,000 a contract from me personally here from our 80s. See if we get a bit more. New 15s. Watching this 45 to 70 for a lower high again. I just want this push down into target here. Bid sitting at 810s below on NQ. 130 contracts at 810 at our target. POC retest here at our 45 on NQ. Watching our POC to value high of our previous candle here for a potential lower high again, just like we played off of 60. We're going to keep an eye on 45 to 67 for offer. We're going to get one more leg. We'll see. Great, 1-to-1 so far off of 45s. POC a previous candle. See if we can take out lows. Pushing down into our full target here. If you're playing off of our 880 or our 845 or our 860, 3 offers have been given, 3 offers have been met, and targets are have now been fully fulfilled. If you're in from 45, this is $1,000 a contract on NQ just for this trade alone. I'm just in my runner now at 845. That's $1,000 per contract. See if we can get some follow through. This is ADR on NQ here from 845. This is just POC as resistance and continuation down. If you're not in from 45 or from 60 or from 80, you kind of just hit the wait. We got to figure out what happens into this new 15. Look for a reoffer. Not really trying to take on a new short yet, as we're just into our ADR low on both ES and NQ. So either you're in a runner and you're looking for more, or you're waiting for a better reoffer. In my opinion, if we hold this 770, move down to 700 makes sense. But I'm not looking to add here just off rip, personally. But if 770 holds, maybe we get one more leg down, like so. But I'd like to see a bit more first before I overcommit on averaging down. We've got a pretty solid average right now. We've been finding liquidity down here on ES. I'm curious to see if that continues to hold true into this 47 to like 851. See if this buyer is still present. We push down into this 850 on ES. Our 770 holding offer so far on NQ, but again, this has been very reactive. New 15s open in 10 seconds. POC sitting at 770 on the open of this new candle. I don't really like this low so far. I mean, maybe we get a retest to 770, but like most of the sell side that I care about is sitting up into 810. So I'd want to see what happens. I mean, again, like the most drastic sell we could get is a hold of 770 and then a rotation below the 750 for continuation, but I don't know. Not a huge fan as of yet. We'll see. Again, ES has found like a bid here the last two attempts on these lows. You know what? I don't know. I'd like to see a bit of at least like a move higher like we did on 890. Or sorry, on the high before we got the short. Like into this, where we trap some liquidity above and then we do the offer. I'd like to see something similar to that before we just go straight to target, but it's not up to me, so we'll see. But I'd be looking for maybe a move like so. Before we go down. Or we'll trap above. Then we'll look below. It might not happen, but that's how I would look to add if it was gonna happen. If not, then we'll just watch to see what we do into ADR low. If it just goes to target without it, and then I just don't get my average down, just my runner will be in, that's fine. But I don't want to like over leverage and move my average down too much and then lose a good trade because I overcommitted personally. Do whatever you want. This is target. See what we do. I'm closed. Dude, that's an insane amount of snow. It is. I'm flat. I'll wait for a better test now. Maybe I miss out, that's fine, but I'll wait for another opportunity. From our 845 now, fully flat into 700s. I could miss maybe another 40 points here into 60s. That's fine. I don't care. We'll see. Just playing our target. What was the 845 from? POC of previous candle. Looking for a reoffer into POC to value high of our previous candle. Same as before here at our look into area 880, 890, right? Look below. That gave us our trigger for our rotation down. These are the setups that I've looked at today. Got our 1-to-1 here off of our first test. We get stopped out, and then we wait for another look below. Then we offer off of 880 again, rotation down, first risk off into 850 for 1-to-1. Secondary targets move us down. We play into 820. We then see our sellers sit at 860 to 880. That offered here. That was another trade that I gave, but I didn't take personally because I was already in from 880. I took this 845 to 867. Played this down off of the POC hold, and then we played this down into our secondary targets here. And now I am flat and waiting. This became a really solid trade with very clear risk. Almost 7-to-1. Now I'll watch and see what we do from here. Is there a criteria for when you mark the POC of the value of a specific candle? I mean, when we're in trend, then I care. If we're chopping sideways, it means a lot less to me. But like I said before, you may have missed it, but like all of this is offsides liquidity. All these buyers above. And we saw very clearly someone absorbing here into our 880. And so as soon as we flip it and can actually hold it as offer, I care about that because now we can play off of this liquidity for push down. It just took a bit longer than we wanted, but that doesn't mean that the opportunity isn't there and that it's not worth playing. But like very clear rejections off of them, that's when I care about it. I'll continue to care about it until the trend stops playing. Right? But like we're holding POC as resistance and we're in a downtrend with trapped liquidity above. It's literally all we care about for trades. Right? We get choppy sideways action with trapped liquidity above, and then we get trend continuation where our open of new 15s close below previous 15s with offside liquidity above. That's the start of a new downtrend. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. What we want to see. We have our catalyst, we have our trigger, and then we rotate, right? We have trend. So when I care is when we're in trend and we have trapped liquidity above or below. Then we look for continuation with POCs, POC to value holding as resistance. Does that make sense or no? Let me know. But like always remember, like our checklist is going to be looking for trapped liquidity. We saw very clear two-sided trading. Well, at our 880, we saw a failure to bid and hold above. We then see a reoffer below. Here, let me show that. This liquidity tries on first attempt, it rotates up, it fails. We see a sweeper step below, which gives us our first area of interest, which is this 910 to 880 from this sweeper below. I'm now watching to see if we can bid and hold here on a look back up, with this then being our support, or if this is going to offer and hold. This gave us our first attempt, which was a 1-to-1, right? Playing off of this with a little bit more of a downside move, but we held our sweeper, right? This imbalance that was created here. And we rotate down off of it. A secondary attempt is made. Don't get as far. We hold the bid here. It is what it is. It doesn't matter because we're just in runners now that we've taken our first profits. We get stopped above. That's fine. It doesn't matter because we've already taken profits. We watch to see how we interact. We see sell side sit here at a lower high, back at 910. We see the bid is holding at 810. What we're watching for is, are we continuing to make these lower highs? Are we channeling down, right? So our offer is lowering and our bid is not being able to hold at 880. So what I'm watching for now is this liquidity trapped here? And are we now making lower highs? Yes, is the answer, right? So after this liquidity traps, we then make a lower high, a lower high, a lower high. And now we're back at below our 880. So this feels good. Because now we know that this buyer is off sides and that these sellers are trying to push price down. But we try again at our 880, we rotate down, we take our first risk off into 850 and then into our 860. That gives us our 1-to-1 to make the trade free. Keep an eye on this ratio here. Right, 850 gives us our 1-to-1. So we take off into that, and then we look for the offer to lower again. We know that the seller's sitting at 880. We don't care now because we're risk-free, and we're watching to see if we can get that continuation. We then see the offer lower here at 870 to 880. That's good. That's a good sign that we want to continue downwards. Seller is pushing down just like here. Our offer is lowered. Our offer is lowered. Our offer is lowered. That means we're in a downtrend. Right? That's when I put this channel on to give you that idea that we're in a downtrend. And then we look for another lower high into our new 15s after we saw this. So what are we looking for? Well, we're looking for the offer to not be able to do a full rotation up. We want to see them hold again. So we find that 45 to 67. Where do we find that? Again, we are looking at our previous 15-minute candle, our POC to value. And we already know that we're in a downtrend and we're looking for that lower offer. So if we're going to continue that idea of our push down, we're looking for that POC to hold as offer and giving us another opportunity to get in at a lower high, right? Because we're in a downtrend and we know that the offer is moving us down. So we look for that bounce and then we look for that reoffer into POC to value of our previous 15-minute candle where our seller is very clearly sitting already, giving us our lower offer in our channel down. That allows us to then get a new opportunity into this trade at the best possible price point if we are in a downtrend. That is where that 45 came from. And hopefully that was enough information for you to get an understanding of this area. But it's just that idea of watching and seeing that bid off sides is our catalyst, and then our trigger on the look back below 80, and then holding our offer for that lower high. If we're watching the seller step down, then we might as well play with them because we know that we have that offside liquidity above and nothing's invalidated. And then we just look for them at a lower and lower price point. Clear or not clear? Did it happen a bit slower than we wanted to? Yeah. Did anything invalidate? No. We got our 1-to-1. The trade broke above. It trapped. It failed. And then we looked back below, and then we went for a continuation. Your job is just to not over leverage and allow trades to play and actually take off for 1-to-1 so that you can have a risk-free trade and try the opportunity. Once we then see a lower offer that's worth playing, then we can try to double down, right? Add and average down for at a lower high. But again, like at no point should we be taking huge L's in this area because we've taken our 1-to-1, right? So if we get stopped out above, that's no big deal. We just watch for the opportunity to then present itself again. And then when we actually can double down, right, or add to this position, we can then look for this opportunity here when we have a very clear price action that supports another lower offer for rotations down. Your job is just to not over leverage and not get emotional and then just be mechanical with your trading. As long as you're doing that, you make money in that area. If you chop it up and keep invalidating and not taking off where you need to, right? Like then things become way more muddy and then you're break even or negative for that entire area for no reason, which is fine, but it's a learning area. It's a learning opportunity. Now we wait. Again, I'm flat here into our target on NQ. watching for our next opportunity. There's no structure here, so I have nothing to play off of while we wait. I'm just watching to see what we do. We're trying to build out a little bit of a node down here in market, see what happens. But it's just a waiting game now that we've taken profit. See if Russell wants to continue this very clear downtrend that we've been trading in, or if some new opportunity is going to present itself with the right side of V. I'm unsure. See if we can hold this push over 40s on ES and this rotation above R96 on NQ. This is either going to be a great opportunity where we bid here at our previous highs, right, and this becomes some supportive. Same thing on ES. Rotations back up, or this will trap our liquidity here, and then we'll look for this to then, after the trap, rotate below, and then lead to another leg down. We just have to watch to see what we do now that we're looking above our value high here. Is this going to be another trap? Or is this going to hold and then look for that fill of this sell side candle back up to our 770, 780? So far, bid is trying, right, at our 700s for that rotation back up. Let's see what we do. As long as RTY has momentum, we have opportunity. ES doing its rotation off of the hold and flip. NQ doing its rotation off of the hold and flip as well. I'm not in anything yet. Watching. I might miss this whole rotation. That's fine. Lord. Again, I'm flat. I'm just waiting. Watching to see if this liquidity is going to be trapped up here or if we get a solid retest and then a bounce and open new 15s ideally. There might be an opportunity if we just are looking for this higher low hold, but I don't know. What we'd be watching for is basically a hold of this. And then our rotation up to our 780. Right, off of a flagging and holding here. But I don't know. We took profit into 700s. Catching this rotation back up doesn't really mean much to me. I don't need to be in every rotation. We took profit at the best possible price point for our sell. We found the low right as of right now. Now I just need to see if we're going to get a rotation up that we can play on an open a new 15. Again, I don't need to be at every rotation. Yes. For at least a reversion to VWAP. But personally, again, like I just think this is a rotation back to our offer here. So we'll see what we do now that we're coming back up into it. If we get back above our value edge, then yeah, like sure, we get a right side of V. And then we just play this back up to our VWAP up at like, 860, 880. But to me, this just feels like our push into our seller here off of our hold of our low, just rotating the structure. This would be my target if I was in this trade off of our flip and hold of these highs. If you have a runner, great. You can go for it and try to hold, but I expect sell side to try to sit here into this PSC. See if Russell gets some more momentum. Again, as long as momentum is on RTY, we can keep going, but I'll wait for a new opportunity. 40 seconds till new 15s. Just into POC of this sell side candle. New 15s opening now. Again, this would be target. We're watching to see how we interact here. This is where our last offer was sitting, into the 770 to like 810 area. We really don't have a lot of information yet. Bid sitting at 760, offer sitting at the 770, like 775. We can look for a lower high here, but it's still a bit wishy-washy. Feels a little preemptive to try to short this, but if you are, right, you can try like a little short with your stop above these highs at 790, and short 770, but again, like doesn't feel great yet. So I think that we find a bounce at 750. It just feels very two-sided right now, very slow. Like to see a bit better of a offer before we overcommit. Again, what I'm seeing right now is a seller just tried. This is our high, and we're watching our 750 to see what happens bid-wise. Basically just like a 1-to-1 right now while we wait and watch. So the bid could easily be here. And then we'll watch to see what we do. The 750, 730 area is really where I'm keeping my eye out at this point. Again, that's first target for 1-to-1, playing off of that lower high. We're watching to see if we get a bid as we push back down into this POC off of this seller. Nothing is invalidated uptrend yet. I just saw this as a potential trader who's offsides into these highs with this sweeper below and then lower offer. I'm watching to see if from here, if we get a bid that steps back over and then we go up, or if we're going to hold this and then come back down into this POC and then go, right? But regardless, like this is still just a flagging action. I'm just keeping an eye on it. See what we do. RTY still holding where it needs to. Yeah, still holding where it needs to. Pretty good hold so far at 50s. Just two-sided trading while we wait. Flagging so far. I'd like to see a better pullback down to 32 personally on NQ before we go long, just like we've pathed. But if it holds 50s and breaks over our 90, that's fine. I just won't have a long opportunity personally. Thirty seconds, 2015s. Same as before. Great first risk off at 53 for the 1-to-1 if you're playing off of this this offer here from 70 to 90. 73 to 90, but we'll see. I just want to see a pop down into that 30 bid, 30 low to see if we get a bid there at that POC for then a continuation, or if this offer holds here at our value edge, and then we will just rotate down more. There's nothing wrong with trying longs off of 50, but the problem is like, where's your stop? That's why I'd like to see a breach and then like a look back into this box here, into our value to POC before we continue, because like this seller above was very clear, in my opinion at least, like this POC to our supply that sits here. So playing off of this 70 to 810 made more sense to me, and then looking for this pullback. And then we watch to see if we hold, right? If this holds, then great. Then we get a long potential. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, just filled second contract there from our 70s into our 30s. This is that POC. We're just keeping an eye on it. See what we do here. Still just rotating between 770 and 735, 730 low, where it's just this POC and this POC chopping in between. 4.5 minutes until new 15s. ES higher low, but RTY lower high. Just keeping an eye on it. Again, just balance right now on NQ. Both the short and the long are green. So depending on what side you've taken, you're still green. I'm just watching to see which way we break. Just balance. Again, full rotation here, back into our lows. POC of previous candle from our hold of our 770. No change. ES and RTY flat. Just waiting for reactions. We want to see a look in here and then a bid if we're going to go up, or we'll look for this to flip. It's a great risk off, and we'll watch to see what we do here. If the bid's serious, this will be a flagging action, right, in this area. And then we'll go up off of this, and then we'll get the ability to bid and hold back over this like 795, 810 for continuation. So we'll see what happens. Just watching now. We want to see like someone clearly absorbing down here if we're gonna keep going. $40 seconds till new 15s. Hopefully a decision made then. New 15s opening now.
POC of previous candle sitting at 53. Sell side still in control here with lower offers. We're watching to see if this bid is able to hold. It's got to get over that 53 and show interest for upside. It's a great first risk off if you are playing off of this edge here at 35. Let's see if we can get this full rotation and show interest over. I feel like at this point, we don't want to see a break of our lows. We got our rejection at POC of previous candle. So if these lows break, I just don't know if this trade's going to be valid still. Might want to move our stops to here instead of holding for that full rotation. To like 25. Just in one left here. I've taken one off at 53 from our short from 70s, and then our bid here at 35s. Stop at 25 on this runner. Never invalidated. There's really not much to do here. It's just two-sided. RTY might start leading down again, and we might get stopped out of our runner. We'll see. Again, I'm trying this long off of 35 with the stop at 25. I took off first target into 53, which was just our flip from where we were looking at our bid before. We'll see. We are so far rejecting our 53, again, POC to value of our previous candle. Trying to find a buyer here into this low. Just stuck right now. Had a really nice short and rotation down. Now trying to play along here. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. I've taken off 2 of my shorts from 70. 1 into 53, 1 into 35. Oh, sorry, I've taken all three, and then my third into 35. And then we are now long here, and we've taken off 1. I have 1 runner with a stop at 25. Just to see if we get this flag. I might get stopped out. It'll be okay. This whole area is very profitable. Just doing exactly what we thought pathwise. Now we're just waiting. My stop might be a little too tight on my runner. I'm unsure. But I don't... If we take out this low, then I think that we go down into like 705, and I don't need to risk 20 points for no reason. If I think that we're going to do that, I can just wait for the rotation back up. $35 bid still there, rotation into 53s once again, offer still sitting there, no change, very choppy, very sideways. I think it's fine if you're trying to still play this short off of 70, but we've got to flip below this 705 for really anything new. I didn't get stopped there, but nothing's really showing interest as of yet. I'll probably get stopped on the secondary attempt. It's just like there's so clearly someone buying here. Like I'm not trying to add, but I want this position to try to be on. Again, I never got stopped. Still just holding. Just back to our 53, no change. Get me out of here, man. I don't know, man. It is just the classic midday.
Hello, Monday enjoyers.
Yo.
What is up?
Just chopping around, you know?
Yeah, we got our rotation done in the first hour, so now we sit for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Wow, this is just thrilling.
Pretty exciting.
I'm excited to get it stopped out here in
Hell
a
yeah.
hour-long trade. Actually stopped this time. On runner. It's fine. R53 offer held, rotating down now into our 705 bid. Let's see if we flip. There was no shift. Offer just held lower highs. Watching to see how we interact here now. Can we get a continuation, or are we going to flip this pivot? Or see something new? I just put in chat so you can see like the stop out is less than the first initial win. So like this trade doesn't matter. Either it was going to play or it doesn't play, but regardless, we made money on that rotation trying to play that bid. We played the offer from 70s, right? Played that down. That was $600 per contract. Took off 2 for 600 each, and then just took a 295 stop after making 380 on the first bid up. Now we'll watch to see if we get more or what happens, but too slow, too choppy. I'll wait now for a retest to get a better entry. for those that are just on YouTube.
Yes, offer's trying to come down on spread. Still a lot of liquidity below 35s.
Should expect a bid here, and then we'll look for a reoffer. I wanted us to go a bit higher than that. Didn't get filled. Still very reactive. Watching our 705 here. Bounced where we wanted. That's much better for a rebid. Watching as we push up now. Held our lows on NQ just fine. See how we feel as we push into this. So we held our POC to value low, and we are now trying to bid back above the 705 for rotations back up. Really keeping our eye on this. This is where we want to see if the bid is going to have trapped down here again, and if we can flip this once more. Now that we've gotten some fresh liquidity. Again, this is just a bid from our previous value edge that we traded. We've recovered this. Now we're rotating back up, watching our offer here. See what happens into this 25 to 35, if it can hold and flip back below 705, or if this holds is supportive. Again, this is just a failure to push below our value here, where we expected our bid to be, and now we're holding this edge. I'm keeping an eye on what happens now that we are rotating up. We are into our previous buyer as our offer. We're keeping an eye on our reaction here at 705, 700.
This is having a little bit of restacking at 40. When we came back through, there was a little two-sided interest.
Makes more sense for as a visual. Testing our edge here again on on NQ with this low 700s. Just watching to see if this bid can continue to maintain or if we'll flip. It has to show interest below the 74 for me to care. Well, this is just where we're going to continue to absorb. We held where we needed to at our 25, which is our previous balance low that we were trading off of, right, for this. But we have been unable to do anything other than just come back down to this basing. So I need to see this flip like we have pathed for more, or it just feels like we're waiting to see what we want to do here. Are we going to flip back up like so? Or is this going to hold? A lower offer. And then we get our flip below. Like this. The downside move. $25 offer held, no change. But needs to get below 700 for anything new. See if we flip this. Should get a solid retest if we do flip and hold. Or this will become supportive again. Then we should see a break of highs. Should be an offer at 53. Just like before. And then we'll look for that bid at 35 to 25 again. If we're gonna hold. Got our bid at our 700. Oh, Lord, get me out of here. Holding where we need to so far. Need to get over this 53 to 60 area for anything new. We've recovered our low of balance, but sell side should still be expected here for the 1-to-1. We'll watch to see what happens as we push into that. We can get through. There's your first risk off into 53, off of our hold for our 40 to 25. See if we can get that push up to VWAP up at 780, 770, or if this is going to continue to hold and then trap here. New 15s, 10 seconds. Still just rejecting our big ass seller sitting here at 50s. Trying to cover this 40 to 25 bid. They're trying to hold it. New 15s have opened, but no change. We've taken our 1-to-1 so far off of 53 from our hold, but I'd like to see more, ideally. We can continue to hold here, just following our pathing. Just watch your seller that sits there into that 53. See if they sweep us down again or if we can hold. Same as before. I mean, everything's just following our pathing, but we'll see. This is your first risk off again into this 53.60. Secondary target is into 70 to 80. Looking for 80 for the VWAP test. Ideally, if we can get over the 60. I'm just posting these so that you can see the flip of pivots and just see that we're profitable. I really like am trying to show you the 1-to-1 and then just the move up and then take profit. Just following our pathing. It's up to you if you want to leave your stop at 725 at this point, or if you want to just put it at break even at 740. There's potential that we come back to 740 here in bid, so just keep that in mind, that if you are going back to break even at this point, that you might get stopped. Still looking for that pop to 780 for the fill. Ooh, excuse me. But we'll see. There's just so much volume that's been transacted here. That's target, boys. Pathing as well as risk to reward given. Push into target. If you've got a runner, you can try to go for continuation, but that is target. I gave you guys a much better entry than I had, but my entry is just based off of a mechanical stop out and flip. The pathing that I gave you the reoffer and then the rebid, right? We expected the seller to be there at 53s. We expected the bid to then be there at our edge at 39s for the rotation, the push up. Giving you this trade into your 70 to 80. You can just chill in runners until we flip over 810s, then we look for a secondary bid. Until then, it has room if it wants to hold the 770, 780 is supportive. There's not really anything else to do now that you've re-entered and you've bid off of your low. Just rotating back up into our highs. It's the same trade as before. Just we have this upper target that we can come up into. Again, just what we were targeting before. Until we can hold 795 to 810 is supportive from a look above, I don't expect expansion on NQ. But again, like we're just in this upper zone that I have drawn. Just follow your pathing. Mario, Mario, do you know how much Crimson Desert is supposed to cost? I mean, I can look as well. I was just wondering. In my single player? Really? Yeah. Well, the collector's edition is $280 to $500. Surely you're gonna get that with the physical collectible. This is next target 795 to 810 if you are still holding a runner. There's nothing else really to do until we can look above and hold. Then we can look for 845 off of the flip. Something like this. Yeah. That's good. Nice. Glad you're liking it. Yeah, I played a little bit. I mean, it's the demo. It's the gameplay that they showed like a year ago, which wasn't bad, but you know, it is what it is. I don't even know if anyone's like here. Feels like everyone went to lunch, even in our chat. Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. We just went to our secondary targets here. Nothing else to really do until we flip. Just into our supply footprint. You didn't want to try that 740? It's a pretty clear higher low, no? I mean, I'm not trying to roast you. I was just wondering. It's just the trade that we were trying earlier. All right. It just took forever to play. We had to come down to that liquidity first, and then as soon as we'd recovered that low edge, it's the same as before, right? Now we're just trying to build above. If this 80 can bid, excuse me, and we can push over 810s, I'll be enticed to look up. Potentially. Holding where we need to so far. Just need to show interest over. Just an uptrend now, right? Just higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Holding PFC as previous of our previous candles is supportive. Got our right side of V going. Just back to supply though. We can flip this, then we have the a better chance of at least rotating back up to our original offers where we saw this big flip. At least to like 860, I would assume. We'll see. Just a big ass seller here at our ETH low at 810. Wells are 50-minute VWAPs. Good job. Into your 810 now. Look for the look above. Just pushing it into 810 isn't enough for the bid. We want to see a look over and then a like a flag form, ideally, in my opinion. Because we've got this PVZ above us, this node edge here, as well as our VWAP, right? We've got a big ass edge here that we can play into. So what we'll be watching for is, like, can we flag here? And then if we can hold, then this becomes nice. Right? Something like that. pushing into this node now. Again, this is where I'd expect to see a bit of a sell, and then we'll look for a bid at this like 810, 795 area into our PVZ here. See if we can flag it out. Build here for that rotation up to like 45 to 65. We might have to come down a little bit further. I'm just looking at our candle. I'd like to show a bid at 810s, ideally, but we might have to come back down to the POC itself. Down at 790, which means we might have to reevaluate. Just keeping an eye on this. This is ES, RTY, and NQ all into our VWAPs, basically. So it's just like, what do we do from here? How far do we need to pull back? 4.5 minutes to their 15ths. The cartel's going crazy because they're just like blowing shit up. They're mad, big mad. Yeah. They're like blowing up cars and stuff. The only reason I saw anything about it is because there was like a full Costco parking lot that was on fire, and I saw that on Reddit, and I was like, "Oh, what's going on over there?" Like, oh, yeah. And then I was like, "Oh, okay, I guess I'll go look." Oh, hating on my Kirkland's crazy. New 15's opening now. Indoor 795, value low, previous candle. See if we can get back over 810s or if we're gonna have to come back down to the 780. We're still just battling with this. This is just a huge pivot. It's going to take a bit, but if we can build here and flip, then this will be great for us. Just give it a little time. Again, it's our resistance across the board. RTY still in an uptrend, just chopping. We want to see if we can build here. Nothing really invalidates until we get back below 780, in my opinion. It's just this 810, 795's got to flip. But I'm not really looking for a short until this flips offer again, and then we just play our range back down. Offer sitting 810, trying to defend our ETH low. If we show any interest over 810s again, I'll try again. It's no big deal. We knew this area might be messy, but it'll be worth if we can flip it. You guys are crazy. I'm not trying to vacation anywhere where a cartel is, let me tell you. Be held for ransom. Yeah, what do you mean? Hello? I don't care. I'm not trying to get shot, man. They don't have to care about me personally to shoot my car that I'm traveling in. Yeah, like, I'm not trying to be either a innocent bystander who just got clipped in a shooting or someone who's going to be held ransom when they need leverage. Yeah. I will continue to only travel to Europe and Asia until there aren't militia groups out in the streets and other places. It's just not worth it, man. It's just so not worth it. Live a little. Hell no. I'm just not doing that. Same attempt as again at the 795 to 810. See if we can actually break this attempt, or if this is gonna fail again. Retesting now. See if we find a bid. This might be a sit it out until 2:30 kind of market. Go let my dog out if we don't get this move here. Nothing's invalidated. It's just a rotation back down off of these failures at our highs, continuous failures. Just have to come back down to these previous buyers with the failure at highs. So just that 780 on NQ is looking pretty likely. Yes, 58s, I would assume. Just gotta wait for volume to start coming in. This is just sellers stepping down, RTY sideways, ES sideways. Watch as we come into ES at 58s, NQ back into our POC of this candle. If we can't find an active bid here into this 70 to 785, we'll flip, and then we'll look for the short on a rotation down like we have pathed. But basically, this is just buyer stepping out of the way and seller just taking advantage. It feels bad, but it is what it is. Watch to see if they're still willing to sit here. If they are, I'm just looking. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just looking to see if we can get our rotation up from here and rotate back up. Our rotation down should be pretty obvious, where we'll flip this POC at 770. Then we should get a bid at 56, and then we get our reoffer, and then this becomes our risk here from 70 to 84 for the rotation down. After we get this bounce, we look for that as our offer, and then that should then give us this rotation like so, I would assume, if we don't see just a bid show interest here immediately. This is what we're watching for right now. And this should be, if this fails and we can't get back over 95s here, I'd expect it just to rotate down into 740, 750 for the reversion trade off of this failure at our highs. So again, let's just watch to see what happens. POCs are above us. We've got trapped liquidity above us, right? We just don't know where we're going to end up finding our bid. So we want to be keeping an eye on that, and we want to see the high or low show interest. We want to see Russell and ES find that low. Once we find that low, we find that liquidity, then we play the secondary move. There's no reason try to catch a top for expansion when we've already played our lower edge and played this all the way up, right? There's no reason to FOMO in any of these trades because we've already captured the best possible price by playing this rotation to target. Now we're watching to see if we get the breakout or not. Don't triple up on the expansion idea if you didn't play the lower edge, right? You're just now in an emotional trade trying to capture a move because you missed the first opportunity that was given to you. Right, this opportunity was very clear, both this opportunity below and this opportunity here. Don't now try to like triple leverage your position trying to capture an expansion move that isn't expanding yet, right? Just because you missed those other opportunities doesn't mean you now double or triple down. I really want to reiterate that because I see a lot of you who didn't capture this move and are now only looking to play this. So we are going to play structure, and once we find this low, awesome, right? So we're looking for this ES bid at 58s. We're looking for this rotation back over 64s, or this is going to be a very clear lower offer, and then rotation down if we don't get it, right? We're just watching for these things to find these lows. Once they do, and we can rotate above, this looks good. This is already a 1-to-1 trade here on NQ at R95s. This needs to flip supportive if we're going to go any higher. 95 to 810 is where this offer sits right now. This is just reactive off of ES finding that bid at 58s, which is POC of that previous 15-minute candle. Yes, and your next risk off is into this 805, 810 where POC rests from previous candle. But again, like we're just looking for the expansion to set up for itself, but we haven't seen that yet. Need to see more. And again, I'm only looking for the short trade personally below this 70 on reoffer. Or I just expect this to be like choppy action with a potential bid into these lows now that we've retested that POC here. Just what we thought might need to happen, just pulling back to that off of the failure at 820. Same thing on NQ, just watch your offer here at 6450. It's POC of previous candle. Needs to get over this, or it doesn't really matter that we bounced off of 58s. Right, this is just going to be a reoffer with this liquidity above trapped if we can't reach this. This is why we have this downtrend pathing pathed, just in case we reoffer here and can't get over from our bounce. And again, it's the same thing on NQ. We're just watching our reoffer of this here. Retesting our lows here on ES, watching to see if we double bottom at this 58s off our rejection of our POC of previous candle, or if this will flip and then give us our downside leg on ES and NQ. RTY is still sideways, no change. NQ just back into our liquidity here. ES flipped our 58s, NQ flipped our 70. Should push down into like 56, 57, and then we'll look for a reoffer of our 70. This is your first risk off if you immediately flipped. If not, then watch for the reoffer at 70. Like we're just melting. There's nothing yet. Unless you're just in from the flip. Don't worry about this. This is target. Watch for a bid. Didn't get a really great reoffer, so no way to really enter unless you just flipped off of your stop below 70. Sucks, but it is what it is. Yes, full rotation here off of our target. Watch to see if it bids here again. Maybe we get our offer. This is just where we bid last, 725, 740. This is why it was target. Now we'll watch to see what happens. Just can't believe we didn't get that retest. That's really annoying, man. My fill is so bad. If we play back over 40s, I'll probably play this back up, just like last time. If this offer holds from 25 to 40, then we'll have to look for that rotation back down to 700s first. I need a buyer to show their hand again. Right now, this is just like a pretty gross sell. It's loud. I mean, it's not doing. Or what are we doing other than rejecting view up? Just get me back over POC previous candle. Show me interest. Little look above, being taken in so far. See what they do. Is that enough of a trap? I mean, you need to sweep below 20, 25 if we're going to go down and trap this liquidity above 40. If not, then I'd expect us to have to rotate back up to 70s before we do anything. I'm just really keeping an eye on this area to see if this liquidity will be trapped down here. It's very slow, so you want to be patient and not oversize because of how slow it is. But really just keeping an eye on, like, is this low going to be able to maintain and absorb for this rotation back up? And then do we go down? Or are they able to continue to maintain this high? And are we then able to just immediately go down off of a sweep here on a push below? Right now, your invalidation is just as long as this wick is holding. I think if that gets taken, then I'd expect us to have to rotate up. Just keeping an eye on that. See if we get the follow through on the sweep below 20s, or if this is going to, again, just continue to bid here and absorb like our previous rotations, and then we're gonna have to rotate back up to 770, 780, just like before. I don't have an answer for you yet. I can see them taking in size. We've taken in like 500 contracts so far here. But I don't know who's going to win it out. So I think if you are playing off of this, I think your risk is just that wick high at 46. You're trying to play this short with the, but you need that sweeper below 25s for really anything. Or we just chop sideways here with the potential to rotate back up to 770. So I think it's a bit iffy. A bit iffy. Because as soon as we take out that wick high, I'm going to be looking for them to try to bid 40s again. I just don't think it's worth. Too slow. Garbage afternoon. They're punishing this stop out, in my opinion. The stop with the wick high. I think off of the failure here, we rotate up. But we'll see. Now that we've taken out that wick high, I'm watching this. See if that bid steps in. Yes, holding POC, rotating down into this liquidity, and Q retesting. Like, they just gotta do something with it. What the hell? Get us out of here, man. Yeah, that's the only thing I see, Ali. but we'll see. Again, like it's just this what we're watching. Got that wick high, and now we're watching to see if we can find that bid here. It's just so fucking slow. Might not be worth your time. Especially if ES isn't gonna do anything. Analysis needs to be solid on my part. Yeah, well, I mean, it's also just midday, man. Like, it's really slow. 90% of the time, it's not worth your time trading. I would focus on the first 2 hours of the session and the last 2 hours of the session, and then I would avoid everything else. Are they gonna like sweep the fuck out of this? It's at 50s into 50s, 60s like before. That's my concern right now. So with how slow we are, it's just like all it takes is one participant with any sort of size to like do a sweep below. That's why I hate trading this kind of stuff. But we're playing it. It's playing out. After we took out that wick high, we then held a higher low and then have rotated up. But I'm very concerned about a continuation down with how inactive we are, especially with ES not being able to flip. we're back to the same range that we were in when Mario got on. That we played up. It's just like, are we going to hold here again, or does it flip? New 15's opening now. Opening above POC of previous candle. They're trying to sweep through, just like we talked about. Door value low of our previous candle. Nothing's invalidated, but nothing's done anything. It's not worth it, guys. It's way too slow. It's not worth it. Sucks we didn't get a better retest of that. Feels really bad, man. really not trying to sit in the same long as before for an hour. It just doesn't feel worth it. It's the exact same thing as before, the same everything. You're just back to your chopping here at this 25 to 40 with that seller sitting at 53s. But until we get the look below, I don't really trust this this area all that much. Either get like a nice reoffer here, we can push down, or you're gonna have to wait for a look below first before I feel comfortable doing anything. Maybe like if we can look below and then bid like this, then I'll look up. Or we trap some sort of liquidity below. Then it'd be worth trying, but right now it's just too choppy sideways. We're holding where we need, but ES looks like shit, RTY looks like shit. I'm gonna go look outside, see how bundled up I need to get before I take my dog out. Are we getting snow? Yeah, but not a lot. Like, it's snowing right now, but it's not too bad. This is what it looks like. Yeah. But it might be time to go. If this doesn't move, like, I'm not... Sitting here for the, like, 2 hours from 12 to 2 is, like, the biggest waste of time, in my opinion. Like, this is, like, everyone should just leave we get our first 2 hours of trading, feels good, and then we can come back later. But like just sitting here and playing chop is just, it has to be some sort of like, I don't know, it's just so not worth. I don't know if you guys are cool with that, but like I don't know. If you can't trade in the first 2 hours of the day, I just don't really get, like, you're not gonna get anything midday that's worth. And it feels bad that I have to just like sit here. No, it's not about you. I understand I'm an adult, but it's about the time in which I trade. I don't know if people are willing to accept that I'm only streaming for 2 hours a day or 3 hours at most. And you being here at 12:30 doesn't make sense either. You should be here at 2. Like, this is such a waste of time. Yeah, I mean, it's by far the best trading. Like, it's not even kind of a comparison. Yeah, that's how it is in the morning too, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like, why are we sitting here for 2 hours literally doing nothing? Little look below off of a failure to do anything of value above 40s. Let's see if we trap for a trade or if this is going to rotate down first back to our previous balance before we actually get anything. I personally am not looking to touch anything until we see a outlying liquidity like we are now, for either a very solid reoffer of a sweeper or a very clear trap participant and then a rotation back through. Like, we need something new or it's not worth your time. There has to be an outlier. So this would be our outlier if we could then flip back through, and then I'd look for a reoffer personally. Or sell side sits here, and then it rotates down to 700s, and then we watch for something new. But I'm not looking to bid until we look above and then look for that hold. This is just where the offer sits from the sweeper. Offer holding so far. Looking for a secondary leg. Drewski is way too good at these sketches, man. This new one is so good. Holy. The one where he made himself white was insane as well. But this one is so solid. Oh yeah, the Mega Church one is great as well. Dude, he's so good at these. That one is just like so on point though. Like it's such an easy win. Yeah. And there's just so much material. I mean, Righteous Gemstones has been doing that for years, so that's why I give that one like a. It's like it's an easy win. HBO has been making fun of those pastors for quite some time. Can we get some movement, please? Got a reoffer, that was fine, but it's just so slow. Until we see a look back into this lower zone, I'm personally not interested. Because we know that this is where that bid was found last in this previous rotation. So if we're going to get the same setup as before, which is what we're doing right now, I'm watching to see if we get the same rotation back up like this, or if this is going to offer and then rotate down. We know that this lower zone from 780 to 770 is where the buyer has been sitting. Just want to watch to see what we do on our third attempt as we push down into it. Why is ground beef so expensive right now? What is this? It's $12.99 a pound at my grocery store. What? into our value edge here from our lower balance at 700s. Same rotation as before, excuse me. Pushing down into target now here into our 680 to 670. Just watching to see how we interact. Last time we pushed down into this, we found an immediate bid. Watching to see if we get a similar reaction. I can play this re-offer of this area, or if this is just going to flip, and then we can play this down. Still incredibly slow. Yes, into our value low. So far, immediate bid off of where we thought we would. This is your first risk off if you are playing this. This is our 700s. We need to flip this if we're going to go higher, or a downtrend is intact. This is our lower liquidity though from POC to value of our this lower range. Watching to see if we can flip this, and then we'll look for that rotation. If we get that offer, that'll give you one more leg up. We'll see. testing into value to POC of previous candle. Again, this is where we watch to see if we can flip or if offer sticks. This is POC retest here on NQ, previous candle. We either flip this or it'll hold, and then we look for the rotation below for that next leg, just like we have pathed. Later, man. Should be your first risk off if you're playing our low 85 to 75. Watch as we push into 25 to 40 to see if sell side sits here, or if we flip. If we flip over 40, I expect us to go to 770. Bid holding 25 so far. Needs to flip 40s for more, or we'll absorb here and then we'll rotate back down, trapping. Still just watching this. Our low has been the same low all day. Should see an offer here into 53, 55, same as before. This is the same rotation. We watch for a rebid of our 40s, then we look for that rotation up to 70 to 80 off the failure at our lows once again. Still just in my runner. Watching to see if we flip 40s. If we do, then I'll look for bid. If not, then I'll look for that offer to flip below with a lower high. We've got nothing yet. Need to show a bit more for me to care. It's just a rotation to POC and then if a RTY back to VWAP, ES and NQ at our daily POC. We're rejecting it so far, so that if that continues to hold, then I would assume that we rotate back down to our bid down at 85 to 75. If we can flip it, then I'll start to look for upside, but I don't know. Just gotta wait and see. The buyer definitely trying at 720 here on NQ. Yes, putting in lower highs after rejecting POC. Same thing with NQ. This is where we were looking for us to head from our lows. Now watching to see if offer can take advantage or if we're going to bid off of like 710 and then immediately see a spike. Unsure. Lower offer holding. Again, just watch 710 to see if we get a bid there if you're first risk off, if you're shorting this. If we find a bid, 710, 700, and then push over 40s, then I could see us rotating up instead of down with a hold of our bow high. Your 15s. This market's cooked. Absolutely cooked. Failure at our 53 again. Rotation back down. It's just so not worth. Market is 2 hours of the day, and then the rest of it is just Globex. No follow through on anything. Absolutely cooked. Just POC rejections over and over again, no change. RTY is still rejecting VWAP. ES and Q still rejecting POC. Just rotating this lower node. It is not worth your time. We're going to VWAP into close. That's my guess. How we get there? As much pain as possible. There it is. Absolute disgusting. That's just so not worth. I'm trading the first 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, and then I'm leaving from now on forever. I don't care. You can unsub, but it's not worth my time. We either make money in the first 2.5 hours or I leave. I don't care. It's really that simple. Yeah, peace.